Hello and a good morning from Europe. It is really early morning. Let's see, it is exactly 3 a.m. in the morning my local time. And that was it. I couldn't sleep anymore. So, we are recording the next episode for the X4 series going on this channel. And yeah, we're back again at our usual game. So, over the past few episodes, we've traveled around. We've learned about new systems. We've discovered new enemy and friendly positions. Um, a lot of things happened in the trade department, and finally, previous episode, we made a new investment. We organized a convoy to travel down to Grand Exchange 1, where we've secured positions, we sent out patrols, and we started to design a new station. And the station in question that is being built kind of knows the similar format we have going on in Hiva Twin 1. So in basic, we are building a large storage, and on top of that we are gonna complement it with some docking pads and piers, you name it. So the idea is to simply do a copy paste whatever is going on in Hiva Twin 1. We are gonna gradually make that happen in Grand Exchange 1. There are of course a few variables that I'm not sure of. For instance, we should be in jump range for our Hiva Twin 1 allies to reach us. So in a way, I am curious to see how that will affect the flow of certain goods. And of course, there might be more potential. So maybe Grand Exchange 1 will see some more modules being added, such as, for instance, whole part facility to actually fabricate them, or something else. So all of that is just a bit too early to dive into that, but I believe we have stopped mid-construction of the last few modules, and then it will be time to kind of further look into station details, set up ships that are gonna work for the station. Also, we need a station manager, and finally, of course, the station needs a name, and for that I have something special in mind. But before I go there, I would say let's start up. I am quickly gonna check a few settings. Yeah, we are gonna empty that out. Check. So sound levels are all back to normal, as long as I keep my Nvidia video card drivers updated. I discovered I have no swapping volumes anymore, but hey, if there's an update out and I haven't run it, it will directly boost my audio levels. Quite weird. But hey, a good notification that there is an update. I am all ready. All settings have been made. Let me quickly check. OBS is running. Check. Then let's load up, people. Make sure you have your cup of coffee at the ready. I know I'll have mine. Yes. Let us start off with the famous cup of coffee. I'll take the to-go cup. Yep. Quickly, one more check. Everything's fine. Thank you. Should be on top of the lead ship. Entering bridge. Morning on deck. Yes. So there we go. Storage modules being built. I would say let's start off with a view. Let's first of all start off with a view of our position on board of the elite ship. That'll start bringing things into perspective. Yeah, and I can see the station in the background. That's definitely ours. The pier set up, the two docks, and then the start of the what I suspect to be a container storage. That's typically our style. Roger that. So a bit of my position is in. We have a destroyer patrolling our building site. And we have the group of traders, each with its own destroyer. Beautiful. And the builder, of course, yeah. Let's check on the construction project. I'll feel safe. Beautiful first shot. There we go. There it is. We've got one of the medium docks being done. Somehow we are continuing with storages. I remember I did choose for the two dock setup as usual, so I do expect that one also to be completed, to be honest, today. Yeah, and of course in large we don't care how much or which module is constructed first. There is no strategical benefit with this build to that kind of decision making. Yeah, so why am I building this second station? I've kind of hinted about that in the previous episode. So the reason why I chose Grand Exchange is to push myself a bit further into the current mix of things, right? So Heaver Twin 1 has been a bit yeah, let's say it if we compare it on a map. So for instance, let's look at it from a map perspective. Heaver Twin 1 is not really in the center of things. Over the past few episodes we've also heavily improved the situation in our backyard. As you can see, Skill Plate Green 1 and 7 Turquoise Sea, all of these systems have now fallen under Teladi control, meaning that I don't have any prying eyes in my backyard. Also here we face a stop, so basically our backyard is good, and also our right few sectors there's no threat. There's one system of which we know is being maintained by let's say, humanoid forces. So we're not in a threat there, and that has shifted my perspective. So after the military campaign, which we kind of learned from, which we kind of had to retreat from, I made a decision to fall back, and from here between one, we've now chose to move towards Grand Exchange 1. So that will mean in short term more gains, more business, but as a side effect, more money, more time, and more convenience will arise for further possible military operations in the future. So all of it is still kind of, part of a big plan, and the big plan is to keep the Teladi system secure. The plan is to reach out and expand our business, and the plan is to ultimately contain and help factions, system sectors to contain the hostile threats. So all in all, that is the reason why we landed in Grand Exchange. A further decision was a matchup in needs. So what I've also done before coming out here was checking which products are being in demand, which products are not being delivered. And there was a gap in systems in Grand Exchange, and also the neighboring systems. There was an offset with interesting demand numbers. However, simply no sellers. So we decided to make a change, and that brought us here. Ooh, Ministry of Finance, as if they knew I was going to record today. There they are. So they will be scanning ships throughout the rest of this episode again. Oh my word. Do whatever you need to do, guys. Seriously, oh my word. The fact that they don't just scan and then buzz off, but the fact that they, tend to annoy you throughout your whole stay in the system is a bit of irritating, to be honest. I've noticed this now, I think over two playthroughs now, that indeed when you're facing with these kinds of forces in the system, they just stick to your ships. And I know there is an opportunity to basically ignore their scanning. However, that also will reduce in the reputation loss. So I feel it's a bit too much. But we'll see again this episode how things develop. Yeah, so the plan for today is to await the construction of the station. We are in relative safe space, so I have ordered my freighters. I've ordered my traders to basically come up with all of the material we need to have the bare bones up and running. So that mostly means no shield generators, no weaponry. And once we have like the bare bones construction up and running, it'll be time to engage with the markets, and then in like a third step there'll be time to work on the armaments. I might already have all of the required materials for that because we stripped He Between 5 long time ago by now. The station over there. However, yeah, it will also require some renewed, transporting, keeping an eye on the fleets, transporting the material. So all of that I actually want to do while the station is already turning in a profit. Nothing weird, right? So if the station would have been way more towards hostile sectors such as the Matrix, I would have prioritized defenses and weaponry for sure. I feel right now, also with all our destroyers with us, patrolling, standing nearby the ships, we're good. We are good. So one difference that I did make in comparison to Hiva Twin 1 is I started out with not the pairing of storages. So at Hiva Twin 1 we basically have two of everything, two container, two liquids, two solids. And obviously most of the storages are empty. So, yeah, there is no reason indeed to have the same package working over in Grand Exchange 1. We'll start off a bit smaller certainly also with the ship numbers, and we'll start gradually then working up the ratios, and at all times just monitor how or if we are affecting Hiva Twin 1. Well, things look good. The final storage is now being constructed. They'll leave us with, I think, one more medium dock and a defense platform. Yeah, I should have a capable station manager too. Let's hope he was not on one of the ships that recently partook in the military campaign, because we lost a few. So yeah, let's hope I'll put him on one of the bigger ships, or at least a civilian ship. So I believe he actually also grew out to a level 5 manager, so that will be handy right from the start with the new station though. Have that full range already, being able to make better decisions from the first day of operation, that will be grand. Pun intended. I think this is though one of my most quickest and professional builds so far. I came scarily with the right amount of goods, not a unit too much. We had the best configuration of ships with us. We even bought a new large trader, and yeah, the job site is well protected. It was smooth sailing this station for sure. So setting up the markets won't take that long. We have Hiva Twin 1 to copy paste, and perhaps I still have some decent numbers of miners left to send over towards Grand Exchange, so that'll be also interesting to check up next. Alright, we are well on our way. So indeed, I forgot about the extensions. So 4 more of them, then probably the rest. We can double check that though. Yeah, it looks that way. So even 5 extensions. Check. Almost there. um, Alright, there is already some work we can have a look at. Of course, it's always funny to run these numbers again. See if we have any new messages. I can definitely see the difference in trade. Indeed. Small station, large station. Many customers, only 3 systems. Wow. Right. I have a level 3 available on my lead ship. That is not a bad spot to choose from, because that will leave me with the least of residual management. Pulling him from that position basically means I'll lose 1 crew member on my ship, but that is all within nominal. I still have enough crew to operate the ship. So I would say that might not be a bad decision. I had hoped for a more compatible match. However, I am afraid that either I've already utilized him in no, that's not true. So yeah, not sure what then is the case. He might have not been the level I thought he was. To be honest, we also did not run Hero Twin 5 at full capacity all the time. As a fact of matter, the station just had a few cycles, produced some scrap metal. We put it back into pause, and we spent months trying to sell off what we produced. So Hindras. Right, let's contact him and have him work for the station. Check. Also think it is now time for me to actually visit it. Wow. That is not a bad view. Would you look at that? That is majestic, isn't it? Any ship coming up now looks amazing. With that kind of a background.
Osprey, Vanguard.
Alright, you know the drill.
The ship will be undocking soon.
Oh, I know.
Sir?
Osprey, Vanguard.
Quickly just put this one into storage, get a bit of better perception of the station. It is a big ship. Alright. So that looks to me like the the framework for the defense platform, meaning that that is the end, and that the other defense platform and dock is going to be built on the side towards I'm walking right now. Hence we've got here a nice view again. So that way must be the accelerators. There's a gate behind us. Now let's quickly check some things out. Indeed, the accelerators on my back at the moment, and yeah, the gates. That's this one. Check. Right, we're in the middle of things. That's nice. Check. I still have my probe and satellite network intact from way previous endeavors. We're talking about episode 40 to 70 perhaps. 40 to 60, maybe more realistic. So that is a way back. These probes and satellites have survived all the time. Okay. Station manager has been arranged.
Can I help?
Check. Let's go into station overview. Check. Yep. So we could already do with one trade ship. I have a few spare. 5. It's a medium one. Let's leave that one alone. Leave it alone. We don't like the 1/4 of cargo hold transports. Let's have you guys fly and wait, and I will brief you on your role shortly.
Awaiting orders.
So there we are. It was actually interesting to have them because these are the small traders, right? So they're relatively fast. But judging how long that journey took, yeah, we definitely planned good on having Grand Exchange 1 being
Awaiting orders.
self-sufficient as much as possible. Because we do not want to have unnecessary exchanges going on. It's quite the distance. A lot of things can happen in that journey. Um, yeah, so I have set up for this station the first request for production. So we want to amp up a bit of the cargo drones, the trade drones, the defense drones, and the repair drones. So I have set up a automatic buy order intended for only my own ships, meaning basically they will try and procure these materials um, rather than having to pay for them by external traders. So we're going to start off with having one ship working at it. And the only thing I have to double check in my head, is this part of the build storage? No, it isn't. It is part of normal production, which involves normal goods. So I would have the small ship trade in Alpha. However, Alpha we usually use for mining. So let's follow the same footprint as Hiva Twin. Yeah, we're gonna put him in beta. So I have no idea if these goods are locally available. I mean, energy cells, of course, they probably will be, so I'm not that fussed about that. However, smart chips and the other components, the drone components, I haven't checked those. So it still might be that that our own ships fail to comply, but in that case, I might open up the market and accept external orders or external traders, and then proceed with my focus towards starting off the mining operations. Yeah, drone components, energy cells, smart chips. So that all registers. Yeah, I think for now there might not be an easy availability on the market because probably most of the stations are semi-dormant anyhow. Right, let's focus a bit on mining. 4,000. 28,000. 2,000. Absolute phenomenal numbers. So, absolute phenomenal numbers and ore. So I do think there is a legitimate reason to right away start off with a large miner. However, that is not something I have in stock. Let me start off especially what something I do have in stock. Now, to be honest, I do know. Look, I have all of these miners in Profit Center Alpha. The reason they ended up there, because they're pilotless, is because we swapped for a large miner. So I don't want to waste time, repilot them again, only to, in a few episodes, come back to the same ordeal. So, I do think it's better if we have a look at EVA Twin 1. And here we have a large, probably liquid miner. No, it's actually a solid one. So I have noticed this miner has been more or less indicating it's failing to comply with orders. We have here another one. So I'm definitely gonna pull one of these, right? That makes sense to do. So MRK 162, you are for now removed from all orders and assignments. And I want you to relocate towards our position and stand by for new orders. Lie in wait. Oh, Ministry of Finance, could you be more obnoxious? I am gonna straight away do some separation over here. Yeah, so okay, for now the market is not favorable for us. What I'll do is I'll have these traders dock anyhow. Dock and wait, please. So no worries there, that's something to be expected. So what I'll do is I'll open up the market for external traders and I'll continue with organizing the solid mining first. And just coming to think of it, for the sales side, I will have to utilize some of the small miners I've stashed away in Profit Center Alpha. It just makes sense. I don't think large ones are preferable at this moment. Lots of the stations take small amounts. It's just a few in Argon territory that take huge numbers. And we all know how that goes. That goes good for a few like sorties, and then also that number comes down. I think we're better off having the smaller crafts operating on the sales side. Alright, MRK is on its way. Let's quickly adapt our trade. No restriction. No restriction. No restriction. No restriction. So everybody's welcome. I am quickly gonna re-familiarize myself with protocols set up at Hiva Twin 1. So, what do we have configured? We have a cap on our storage, and yeah, we have a buy order running from our own vessels, and a sell order with no restrictions. Perfect. And the prices are of course set to minimal, just for my own perception of things, but of course there are no costs when your own ships come around. Check. I have the idea that this number for some reason is deteriorating. Right? Probably because of the storage gap. In that case, it does not really matter.
Awaiting orders.
We are still selling off. Look at that, yeah. So it is all within nominal. Yeah. It's just how the mechanics work. Yeah, see? Yeah. Okay, all good. All good. It's indeed a collection of arrays. It all influences once you start to cap. Yeah. Okay, so we have refamiliarized ourselves. We can see that I figure that will be the last module. One more over here and then we're done. So I'm quite interested. Must be this one last bit. It is now building. Then we have one more tail section left. But we officially already in operation, that's for sure. Check. Let's see, the recording is still going well. We are 1 hour and 20 minutes in. And immediately the situation in Hiva Twin 1 kind of stabilized, so all the miners remaining are now again within parameters of cap. So perfect. We have simply rerouted one ship. Sometimes days can be easy. Oh, what are you coming to do? You're coming to mine resources, check. Yeah. Let's also have a quick look at the liquid situation. Virtually non-existent around Grand Exchange. Yeah, we are not speccing into that anytime soon. Obviously still hitting caps, but we'll have a look at that later on. Alright. Looks like the miner arrived. Check.
Awaiting orders.
So we are interested in ore, silicon, and that for now. Silicon, 100k. So automatic storage allocation, check. Let's add ore. And Nvidium. So let's start off with ore, create buy order. Let's start off with, for instance, 20,000. It's actually not much. Let's keep that a bit smaller for now. 10,000. Alright, these three product groups have been set up. Accept new estimate. Now we can start by double checking it. So I can actually go to 500k. Check. Who's coming by? IVN 408. Interesting. That must be somebody from this group. Yeah. Wow. So not only does it work, yeah, wow, it works even. So this fellow just mined it from company regard and is now gonna haul ass towards Grand Exchange. Because we do have caps over there, of course. That is interesting. Yeah, for the miners, I'm not that worried about this happening, as I'm also quite sure we'll start hitting caps here in Grand Exchange. So let's see what happens if we now introduce the big miner. Who's gonna mine in alpha? No available cargo drones. Yeah, we are working on that, to be honest. Yeah. Only mining drones. What would be the chance the station manages to figure those out by itself? Not much then. Let's quickly have him refitted somewhere near. That should do. Once done, flying weight, and then we'll revert you back to auto mining, just in case. So while that is going on, it might be interesting for me to check out how many pilots I have on board of my vessels and take them towards the empty mining ships. So at the moment, medium ship's quite empty, 16 souls can fit. So we wanna have current role. Let's do service crew. And sort that on ship basis. Yeah, we have a few unassigned people as well. However, they are also unreachable to me. Yeah, right. We have 5 small miners on their way. And soon the large miner will also be equipped with its own cargo drones. That is something to remember with the next station in the future. Definitely want to have vessels also carrying at least a minimal number of cargo drones for dealing with stations customers that don't. Some Nephidium being passed along from Eva Twin 1. Quickly verify. Yep, cargo drones too. Perfect. Double check his orders. Execute trade. Failed. Flying weight. Check. We might want to add an order to that. Let's have him immediately checked out. So, trade with the station.
Awaiting orders.
Check.
Awaiting orders.
Let's delete the
Awaiting orders.
in between order. Check. Let's have him straight work towards the station. And what appears to be now, yeah, no problem. Wire exchange registered. Double check how the station is doing. Indeed, 0 of 200 drones. So, okay, good to know. That is how we fix the situation. Right. Almost getting a ratio going here. I do know the caps are gonna hit hard, fast. Especially with now Heaver Twin 1 offloading some of its cargo here as well. Wow. I did not even knew. I actually did not even knew. Is this new? Wow. Interesting.
Sir.
Hello, Hohindras. Trust all is going well. He looks a bit nervous. It'll come round, mate. It'll all come round. You have a good team around you and a safe space. So I have the fullest of trust. Guys, I'm gonna get a new batch of coffee ready for myself. In the meantime, we're gonna wait till MRK has his offload and proceeds towards mining ops. Be right back. Alright, that loop starts to work out now. Kinda interesting that he goes all the way there. Probably due to yields, but still. Yeah, it looks to be due to yields. Yeah. Let's quickly look what perhaps other ships already have delivered, because as we can see, the trade continues. Suspect it'll probably be more Nevidium. Nevertheless, we already have some ore and silicon, of course, which we've ported over from the large miner. So basically, if we switch back to Heaver Twin 1, due to this new station, we indeed have no people standing still. That is good, in a way. So, also by now we have a destroyer who is patrolling a position, I think. Let's see, or an objective. Tech station, yeah. Let's have you revoked from that order, and we will add you to the station defenses by default. Defend commander. What have we set up at Heaver Twin 1? We pulled him from there. Let's do Epsilon then. Right, the mining ship is almost full. We have healthy dose of Nevidium coming through. It'll be interesting to see if they perhaps also switch to ore once they're done. That's a lot of vessels like that. Perfect. I think it's wise to have them also run a cycle with that miner in Alpha Group. And then I'll start to revert them gradually towards trader roles. Alright, MRK is on its way. And then once the smaller miners individually start coming back, and we'll start to port them one by one back to trade rolls. Then I'll think it'll be time to actually invest in some new large miners, because I do think we'll need one or two, maybe three more, depending on what kind of cell ratio we're gonna achieve. So the main vessel has now unloaded. 5,000. Okay. Silicon. Good. I think let's quickly add some more service crew. Check. We're gonna add these guys to the sales department. They might actually be standing behind a console. That's why they perhaps are... No, unassigned. I know they're somewhere in transit, so I just have to find the ship they're on. Interesting, they're not porting anymore towards the ships. Or he does. Weird. Shows the same spot. That's coincidental.
Awaiting orders.
YOB.
Awaiting orders. Awaiting orders.
I think I misplaced you, mate. Transit. Can't give him orders though. Ah. That makes sense. Yep.
Awaiting orders.
Alright, let's see if we can restore what I think is a mistake. Then we can basically go on.
Awaiting orders. Can I help?
Perfect.
Affirmative. Awaiting orders. Awaiting orders.
Right. Now we can start adding them to the sales pool. Let's quickly set up
Awaiting orders.
the sales orders. So create a sell order. We are gonna do automatic sell amounts, automatic pricing. No, not quite. We're gonna sell the lowest possible price, and everybody's invited. Nvidium and silicon will follow suit. Automatic sell amount, lowest possible price. Everybody's invited. And Nvidium, automatic amount, lowest possible price. Everybody is invited. Check. So you are gonna trade for commander in beta. Check. Perfect. Do we have an Ophidium trade? We do. Argon. That is interesting. Let's quickly check how far are we in. Almost 3 hours. Check. Now, I won't lie, but that is a very warm welcome, to be honest. So that Nvidium trade is finally also popping off. Not a bad start, I say, not a bad start. Look at that. The storages are slowly starting to fill up nicely. Do you also think let's increase the cap towards 20,000? Yeah, guys. And then I think it's now time to also recognize that the station is doing good. Station is in operation, and it probably also deserves a proper name. So I have been thinking about naming this station a bit more thoughtful than usual. Um, there is a particular viewer that has been commenting and watching the series from quite, if not the beginning, early on, and he has been so far with us through the two playthroughs that are, that have been and is going on. And what more than an thank you from my part can I do than to involve um, that viewer a bit more into the game that we're playing. So Clive, I am gonna rename this station in dedication to you, as a thank you for, yeah, I would say more than a year of your viewership and your comments, for which I'm very, very grateful. And since this is a ongoing thing, I thought naming a ship is a bit risky. We know sometimes the ships don't do so well. So a station is a bit more a reliable source. And now also that we kind of have developed a deployment strategy and a analysis, I do think this station is here to stay. So I am feeling a bit safe renaming it. So what kind of name shall we give it? I was thinking about something along the lines as this. Clive Hughes, Grand Exchange 1. Let's do it a bit more. A bit more weightier, right? So Grant Exchange 1, Clive Hughes Estate. Clive Hughes Estate. I like it. It carries some weight, and at the same time it's kind of a promising more. So who knows what we develop this station to be, Clive? But again, thank you so much for your viewership, and I hope you like this present. And of course, it is gonna develop, so it will be interesting to see how your station is gonna fare in this playthrough. Congrats! So it is only fitting that we also kinda adapt the ship names. Let's see. We obviously do want to know which ship belongs to what station. There you go, Clive. You also have your own fleet, your own station manager. Haha. Happy to have you on board on this adventure. Scrap metal? My friend, you are so lost. I will not intervene. I am more than curious to see where that ends up. I think that is a leftover though. It's just something he's carrying. Auto trade, scrap metal. How did that ended up in our list? Huh. I will have to view that development further, but it might have to do something with Heaver Twin 1 perhaps? Check. For now, I think let's reduce our footprint a little bit. I'm gonna send the traders, which are empty anyhow, back towards HQ. Let's have them form up there nicely for us. Perfect. We'll start reducing the footprint here a little bit. Maybe the Ministry of Finance will chill out. Might as well rename that ship as well. Check. I think I'll have a job for them soon though, because I definitely feel the way it's going right now. Definitely feel the way it's going right now. We'll have a stage 2 soon, whether that be energy cells or some kind of type of manufacturing, which of course will include energy cells. So the next thing will be energy cells. There we go. That will be stage 2. Yeah, and I'm thinking about production because now that I have multiple stations going on, and 2 of them are even in the same vicinity, they're, exchanging materials with one another. That I feel is a natural step where it becomes easier to start producing stuff. Because if you can't pull it from one corner of the empire or in of the space of your faction, you can try it elsewhere and just simply pour the materials over. So I do think on short term we might see some interesting developments going on over at Clive Estate. Some things that I actually don't dare to start off at HQ due to its remoteness, perhaps lack of customers. So yeah, the estate is the most prime candidate for experimenting into production. And once we decide on that, it of course will be in our interest to source the materials for the construction ourselves, right? So we might automate that now. We might assign the traders to the build storage of the HQ, and once we configure stage 2 of the estate, we can make sure the manager or Hindros understands that he needs to collect the wares from our own sources. So I think that all might come round. And otherwise, I of course just grab the calculator and load the ships manually, as I have been trading in the old days when we started off with this playthrough. That is a very interesting design. What is it? Ah, it's a gate. Ah, yeah. It's like I'd never seen this station type before. Then suddenly the scale came into perspective and I was like, that's not a station. Amazing how the game throws you off. Okay, we've reduced our footprint significantly. Do you have a carrier group out here still? Which honestly I also figure is not necessary at the moment. Perhaps I should check though. Right, so basically no. That's our own ship. And what about the carrier group?
Awaiting orders.
Quickly check if that one has any interesting ships. No, all combat ships. Check. So basically we can also send it off back to Hiva Twin. So pretty much an uneventful 2 sessions for the crew. However, all the ships are in one piece, and that means they are only gonna grow. And once the time comes to make a strike, we know we will be more successful than we would have been today. So that is a guarantee. Check. Fleet carry on its way. Do I need my own vessel here? A lead ship, to be honest? No. It's not supporting anything. Let's have that one sent as well. Nice. Things are becoming to look clean. So, yeah, the loop is kind of there. Excellent. Let's have a look if we can address the situation with the drones. Would you look at that? He's actually gonna get something. Can I humbly say I'm overjoyed? It's amazing. It's like an hour ago we didn't find anything, and now suddenly we're in business, we're supplying companies start up productions, and wham bam, thank you ma'am, here's some smart chips for you. Awesome. And all of this before breakfast. Even before tea and medals.
Awaiting orders.
And await you shall.
Awaiting orders.
Hmm. Need to correct that. See one mistake I made. us good here. Yeah. If we're gonna do name, it has to be proper. Perfect. Crown exchange.
Awaiting orders.
Check. I don't think the builder necessarily needs its own destroyer at the moment. However, if we are gonna relocate him, he actually might, so maybe let's leave it for now. Let's quickly check accounts. Yeah.
Awaiting orders.
Now let's do accept all estimates. Look at that. Beautiful. I love my job.
Awaiting orders.
Yeah, very happy with the fact we got this station so quickly off the ground. Also, the earnings are not bad. We have Hiva Twin 1 in yeah, has the biggest role to play in that. That account has been rolling for a while, has been accumulating for a while. We have kind of kept the ratio definitely in check, so the assets employed there definitely did their best within their limitations. And here over at Clive Estate, we're definitely getting a sense of what is capable, but at the same time definitely discovering new things, right? Such as the Nvidium trade, and also the avarice systems. We still have to kind of establish a presence there, which can be difficult But there are more systems, there are more things going on here, so we haven't even started yet. That's for sure. The what we've done per se today is like laying down the foundation to be self-sufficient. So not only self-sufficient as in basic trade, but also in the setup towards wanting more, right? So I do feel there is going to be a potential here to start with some fabrication. And again, it is only wise to have this station also provide as much as possible of its own materials. That will definitely help us, and stations such as Heaver Twin 1 and other in the future can fill gaps in our needs, so to speak. We have one trader still being active. Let's quickly see how is he doing on his assignment, because we can provide more. Yeah, we can. Let's for now do that. What happened here? Jeez. Oh, that is a waste. I am tempted, but those days are behind me. We all know what happened with the Ministry of Finance. I am so tempted. The salvager in me. Oh, my heart. Can't wait till I'll get to the pirate playthrough. Oh, can't wait. That is savage. Beautiful. There we go. Check. So what is the combined actual jump range for everybody? Can we find that out? We'll need to select a ship. That'll be the easiest way. Yeah. 2 jumps for now. Check. Let's see. Jump gate. That is a super highway though, so that doesn't count. So 1 jump. That should make it into there, yeah. It will take me some time to level up the station manager. That's definitely perhaps working against us at the moment.
Can I help?
Two-star crew management.
Goodbye.
Control. Yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, let's not stress about it. Yeah, we'll simply wait till he is up to par. So that does mean we have a bit of a limited market. However, there's always a chance that I manage to find a seminar, and there's always just simply time which will aid our cause. Good, good, productive and very nice result. Very productive day.
Sir.
All going well. All going well. So we basically have free entrance into Grant Exchange 1, 2 and 3. Then we can make a jump towards 18 billion, which is Ministry of Finance, and definitely some Teladi installations though. So wow. Average needs to be entered. There, check. And from this system we can jump to Black Hole Sun. Where, yeah, there is definitely some demand for ore. And also towards Path of Profit. And yeah, it's an empty system though. Well, yeah. One, two. One.
Sir.
Two. I don't know exactly, but yeah. There is definitely some sell potential though. There is. And with that I also mean under the current circumstances.
Sir.
Okay, let's check how far are we in. Almost 4 hours. Yeah, I believe this first stage is done. It now is a question of running the station, waiting till all of these guys slowly start getting into their rhythm, and we keep on supplying them, and from there on start building. I think this session is a bit too soon, especially since I'm finding things out about the jump range capabilities due to our station manager, the Nvidium trade, which I kinda did not see coming. Yeah, so I would rather have the rest of the episodes yeah, I would rather have the rest of the episode just having these traders and the site and the station managers cycling orders. And the next episode, I think it will be wise to start checking up on the ratios. So that leaves us with a question what to do at the moment. So we also now have the top tier ships available. The
Sir.
Terran faction. Not much choice though. And also if I look at their position, and then I think the Argon inventory will be more interesting to me. Yeah, I think for today I am done, at least in Grand Exchange 1. So I'm gonna make myself another cup of coffee and I'm gonna travel back to Heaver Twin 1. Quickly just check out if there are some developments going on. And then basically, yeah, why not? I've deserved it. Like, coast out this episode. It's always, in my experience, a bad thing to heavily start, planning things for next episode while you're like on an hour of time. Because yeah, the next stage if I'm going to look at production, if I'm going to look at
Sir.
energy cells, um, that picture is going to be a bit more complex because there is already a solar power plant in that area. It's already producing huge numbers, so I don't think it will be in my interest to necessarily kill the competition. I am more in working together with the competition. So if we already have a strong partner supplying, I might start primarily producing energy cells for my own fabrication. But at the same time, I also need to check the market and see what is this competitor doing. Is he selling at a market appropriate price, or is the sector kind of stagnant because his price is kind of pausing plants to produce? So in that case, it might be interesting to, well, bury the competition because they're simply not helping out the systems, the factions. So like I said, yeah, it's way more complicated to just start prepping. While at Hiva Twin 1, there's not much that I have to do. I want to check in with the factions, perhaps if we're in the vicinity, but that's Ianama Zura. Check out with guild related things. So perhaps, yeah, let's get a coffee done, and perhaps I'll make a journey or two. Perhaps I'll first go to Ianama Zura because that'll take me along particular systems. So, and then head back towards Hiva Twin. Let's enjoy the view over at Clive Estate. Then we'll set off from this location.
Osprey, Vanguard.
The ship will be undocking soon.
Requesting permission to dock.
Docking permission granted.
So I arrived at the first objective for now. Let's see. Danger zone. Some say that profit thrives in a war zone, and they are not necessarily incorrect. But there is little profit to be found for a trader that has a weapon pointed directly at them. The universe remains a dangerous place, and in order to ensure the safety of our assets and our clients, these dangers must be dealt with accordingly. We are looking for pilots who feel like they can tackle these dangers. Should they be in the form of xenon incursions, pirates, or other more threatening menaces. It looks like something we can engage with. So there's an item recovery, static defense placement, and another static defense placement. Two-star crew. It's actually exactly what I need. So let's accept that offer. And we don't necessarily have to complete it straight away, I believe. So time left indefinite. One of our pilots has reported that they were forced to drop a number of items while en route to one of our stations. A lot of credits were paid for these items, so we need you to find the crate that the items were dropped in, then recover the items for us. Alright, so I might actually have to shoot the crate too. I would say let's have the fleet carrier over. I'm not gonna work this by adding one number at a time. The fleet carrier is equipped with numerous fighters. Yeah. Oh boy, let's bring this baby out. So let's have it flying away to the approximate location. While it's en route, let's quickly review its protocol. Let's see, what is Delta Wing? Check. I think to start off we have the right number of ships. We have a destroyer which is fast and mobile. We have a carrier which is a shield tank. So I would suggest indeed let's leave the drone behavior the way it is, the pilots the way they are. And additionally we have to check response to attack, use judgment, and pirate harassment attack. Check. So I think this is a mature decision. I am only in a humble Osprey. That is not much to start off with. So we'll just stand by, and by the time the fleet carrier arrives, we'll start moving in ourselves too. We also have another small vessel which is set to follow protocol. However, we could always ask him to defend us. And let's leave him launched. On its way. So there's actually a short turnover. I made the promise that certain engagements would not be how to say, ignored, and that's exactly what I suspect that will happen once we start moving in towards that crate. But also,
Requesting permission to dock.
Docking permission granted.
if the mission would have been to destroy a station or some kind of facility, I would most probably have engaged with it anyhow. Not only do we now have the financial means, the assets, and also the practice, but also the rewards are fitting. Alright, we want to have our station manager over at Clive's Estate to be as helpful as he can be as soon as possible, so why not help him out a bit? I am curious about the static defense placement. I'm not sure if that is also something we'll have to build as in defense platforms, or if we're dealing with something of a easier variant such as defense towers. Those are way easier for me to procure and also to place, which seems fitting for a level 2 management seminar.
Awaiting orders.
Excellent. Now let's make sure we have maybe one wing out, just to be on the safe side that they respond fast enough. Not much of a reaction, however, it probably does mean that they will auto launch. Currently it's not doing much as well, just sitting there. Let's quickly have it run a behavior. Protect position. That's a bit extreme. Beautiful. Oh, beautiful. Get some. All the grief you've caused me, vermin. Rest in pieces. Check. So there I say, but now I do have a bit of more confidence moving in. Let's see what the pilot makes out of it. Alright, good to see that even the small ship docks back with the Osprey again, because we all know how that works. As soon as I give it an order, we'll have to wait for the small ship to dock back up. So worst case, I'll have to take manual control. Yeah, feared as much. Let me quickly check. We are 4 hours and 44 minutes in. Epic time to make some big screw ups. But let me first start off with taking manual control because
Osprey, Vanguard.
Sir,
I feel more secure moving towards the crate, knowing I can zip away probably more earlier than the pilot does. What? That must have been all of the salvage. So our objective is right in front of us. See it? Ba-ba-bum.
Autopilot engaged. Autopilot disengaged.
Stop! Thank you. Alright, I'm gonna take the bait. Let's push on a bit further. Just as a marker. Yeah, that is quite a bit of an area, so I think that is exactly what needs to happen. We simply need to start flying around, basically. Yeah. Okay. Hard to predict how far out that is. Okay, check. We do at least have a heading now. Full brakes. As always, let's suspect the trap. So our carrier group, let's shift their position over here. And what we'll do is, for this episode, we will assume a follow position until we reach our target. And next episode I will pick it up from there. I think that is the most adult decision to do. You have to learn me that trick.
Osprey, Vanguard.
You do. So yeah, let's have him on a renewed protocol. Wait for signal. Follow ship. Question is, what ship? Let's have you follow the carrier. Perfect, guys. I am gonna leave it here. This is a perfect cliffhanger. And can't wait to pick it up next episode. I think we've done an amazing job today. So, reminder to myself, next episode will be dropping in hot. No time for any fancy stories, better be on my game. Yeah, absolutely enjoyed it. Feels good to have given the station a bit of a personal touch, especially with the name and the upcoming plans for, you know, further construction at stage 2, adding some production, or we'll see what it becomes. And at the same time also now finding a bit of a middle ground with my assets, with my filling up of time. So for instance, engaging with this mission is something that is within my capabilities, within my asset, and also the reward is exactly what I need. So yeah, I'm looking forward again to the next episode, and I want to thank everybody again for their viewership. Thank you for being with me on this journey, and be good, be kind, and until the next one. See you out there in the black. Bye bye. Bye.